Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Adoption of the agenda. Dustin's making that. Any additions or deletions? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. All right. Move into, I will call for a motion for the public hearing for bylaw 2025-21 and 2025-25. Somebody, Keith is making that motion. Vote. That's carried. My name is Mayor Hamilton and I'll be chairing this hearing. All comments shall be directed through myself. Administration will make a presentation, first followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. The applicant will then make a presentation if they choose to do so, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. Council will then hear from those affected persons in the audience, those in support of the proposed bylaw, and then those in opposition of the proposed bylaw. All presenters must register at the Planning and Development Department if they have not already do so. If any presenter is referring to written documents including a map, photos, or report, a copy of those documents must be left with administration. Okay, we will start with bylaw 2021. Administration, please proceed.
Good morning, Council. Thank you through the chair. We're here this morning to listen to a public hearing concerning bylaw 2025-21, which is submitted by Midwest Surveys on behalf of Anita Augustine to rezone a 3.64 hectare or 8.99 acre area from Agricultural District 1 to Country Residential District 1. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicant's intent is to apply to the subdivision authority for approval to subdivide 3 adjoining country residential lots from the balance of the agricultural title. The existing title is 36.85 acres in size. The land subject of the rezoning is contained within northeast of 112-6 west of 4 and is situated along Township Road 121 and is capable of gaining direct and immediate access from this established public road. The proposal includes a 20-meter wide access road right-of-way to provide direct access to each of the proposed lots. The reclassification currently is dry land pasture. However, the property does contain water rights provided through St. Mary's River Irrigation District. The remainder of the agricultural title contains the applicant's residence further to the east. The surrounding lands, as shown on the adjacent land use diagram, thank you very much, are primarily designated Agricultural District 1. There are established farm residences situated immediately to the west and to the east in excess of 500 meters. A multi-parcel country residential subdivision is located approximately 1 kilometer to the south and is shown on the map in blue. There are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the rezoning area. The subject parcel is located within the recently amended rural development area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan, which would have been previously known as a potential growth area in the previous IDP document. In reference to legislation, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural lands and limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. Under the implementation section of the plan, it states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. Section 2.12, Rural Development Area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan, states that the intent of the area is to provide for continued and expanded agricultural operations, excluding confined feeding operations, with greater flexibility for country residential development opportunities where they do not conflict with future urban growth areas or home-based business uses. A vast majority of the lands within the west and south areas of the area contain irrigation. The protection and expansion of irrigation in the area enhances agricultural capability and productivity of agricultural parcels and is necessary to support the viability of agriculture in the region and to strengthen the economy. Reduced parcel sizes are encouraged to retain the balance of agriculture and other open space. Parcel areas are recommended at a minimum lot area of 1.5 acres up to a maximum of 10 acres. County may allow an alternative range of lot sizes based on site-specific considerations. In terms of the Rural Development Area West policy, it directs council as follows. The subdivision will not impact or hinder the agricultural use on the balance of the quarter section, and the subdivision parcel has direct access or a shared easement to the existing municipal road network or a provincial highway. Under Section 4.1.24, Subdivision IDP of the county's Municipal Development Plan, it states that the county shall follow all applicable policies within the IDP relating to subdivision for lands within the boundary. Upon circulation of the application, we did receive comments from St. Mary's River Irrigation District that the proposed development is immediately east of the SMERD's South Medicine Hat Lateral 12 line, which runs north-south along the boundary. This infrastructure must be protected during development with no permanent structures or tree planting to occur within the area. The south boundary of the subdivision will require setback from SMRID drain, and given limited water capacity in the area, newly created lots will not be eligible for SMERD water for household use. While we acknowledge that there may be concerns regarding availability of water for this parcel, our primary focus is to prioritize agricultural irrigation needs. As a result, SMERD is unable to allocate capacity for the newly created lots. Additionally, the landowner currently has 23 permanent irrigation acres on the ag parcel. If there is less area available for irrigation, some of these acres may be required to be removed. No comments were received from the City of Medicine Hat nor the Town of Redcliffe. And we did receive several copies of letters of objection, of which have been published and attached to Council's agenda package that you have in front of you. A letter of opposition was received from MJB Enterprises. A letter of opposition was received from Jim Durzaf. And a letter of opposition was received from Connie Kapler, all of which Council has had access to review in advance. In addition, we did receive a letter of opposition from Mark Lundquist and Cam Barber following the publication of the Council agenda. I'll read that letter aloud for Council's information. I am an adjacent landowner writing this letter with strong opposition to the proposed Land Use Bylaw 2025-21 reclassification from A1 IDP to CR1. As a third-generation landowner on Range Road 60, I have witnessed a lot of change to surrounding areas. Our land is currently part of an active farming operation, as are numerous neighbors engaged in farming practices. The neighboring lands are currently used in livestock operations, including cattle and sheep, irrigated hayland, as well as cereals, oilseed, and pulse crop production. Agricultural land in this particular area, irrigated or not, is at a premium because we all know that there is no way of producing anymore. There should not be any more fragmentation of farmable land for development of country residential parcels. In the past, there have been development applications denied for this very reason. I feel that if this reclassification were to be approved, it would set a detrimental precedent to the county and to the local area. Further subdivision in the area could possibly lead to other issues, Potable water from local water co-op may not be available, leading to extra truck traffic on the road for water hauling. Sanitary systems are limited to septic fields using a large portion of the 2.57 acre for the fields. This could possibly lead to leaching into the soil and movement towards a drainage ditch located to the south of the suggested properties. Introducing subdivisions into active farming areas could create a right to farm issue with neighboring lands, including and not limited to complaints about dust, noise, chemical applications, odors from livestock, and manure management, to name a few. SMERD water for lateral 12, which the proposed parcel is on, is at maximum capacity. Additional domestic turnout access could prohibit the smooth operation of the downstream side of the system, seeing as the use is not monitored with a water on-off conversation with a water supervisor. In closing, I ask Council to carefully consider the nature of this and future subdivisions in our county. A decision now could create an onslaught of future requests, taking away acres of valuable farmable agricultural land. 1 acre here and 2 acres there may not seem like much, but add all of the small subdivisions together, it adds up quickly to large parcels. This is land that can never be farmed again, so all people can have a rural living and not provide anything from an agricultural perspective. And the letter is signed with regards by Mark Lundquist and Cam Barber. The administrative recommendation through the chair is that council move second and third readings of bylaw 2025-21. The proposed application for rezoning complies with the implementation plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and section 2.12 Rural Development Area Policies of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Does, excuse me, does any member of council have a question for clarification? Not seeing any. Thank you. Well,
the direct access road into their, what grade of road is that?
Through the chair, that will be addressed at the time of subdivision application before the subdivision authority. At this time, we are only assessing the compatibility and appropriateness of having country residential lots in this specific location.
Keith?
I'm a little curious, how does, like SMERD has a kind of an objection here, so can you explain how that is going to affect irrigated acres on this? Is this presently being irrigated? No, presently is not being irrigated. And how does, like, I'm just not sure how this, this is all going to tie in with irrigation if we take this and make this country residential.
Thank you through the chair for the question. Again, the assessment and coordination with the irrigation district will occur at the time of subdivision. At that time, more technical information will become available, and we'll work with the applicant surveyors. In addition, I do believe that the applicant is here, and she does have a presentation to offer and may be able to add further clarity from the irrigable acre side of things.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown. Any other questions? No. Okay, we'll move on. Does the applicant have a presentation?
Thank you, Council, for hearing my proposal. I moved from the city and I've been living in my current home for almost 14 years. I enjoy the peace and the tranquility it offers. Over the years, I've come across many younger families who are looking for a piece of land to raise their family and live in a more sustainable and self-reliant way, growing food and having livestock. It lowers stress and teaches the next generation to be connected to nature. The traffic on Range Road 60 has increased over the last few years, more so in the last 2 years. This is from people using the road as a bypass to connect to Township Road 120 and not from the local people living or farming in the neighborhood. We live across from an agricultural operation. There is noise from the trucks, machinery, and people driving on Range Road 121, which is right in front of my home, during the summer months. I understand that it's part of country living, and I do not complain about it. I care for the land and respect it enough. I plan on carefully selecting who the land is being sold to. Someone who appreciates country living and have respect for the surrounding farms and ranches. I do not want it going into the wrong hands that eventually spoils my peace and becomes a nuisance to me. I have water rights for only 23 acres of the 37 acres of land I have. Currently, it's a dry pasture land. Having someone who will grow crops, plant trees, only improves the quality of the land and the soil and prevents further topsoil erosion from the winds. So I believe it will be beneficial in the essence of protecting country living and further enlarging my local community. So thank you for your cooperation. and consideration.
Can I get you just to please state your name for the record?
My name is Anita Augustine.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for clarification? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I will now call for any presentations from anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. I will now call a second time for any presenters that have any for support of the proposed bylaw. I now call for a third and final time for any presentation for the support of this proposed bylaw. I will now call for any presentation for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. Please take the stand and please state your name for the record. Yeah, there you go.
My name is Connie Kapler, and I'm the adjacent landowner since 1962. So I've been there a while. So farming is in my blood. The preservation of agricultural land is of utmost importance. I'm very passionate about this. I've been on the Ag Service Board for 15 years. So I can see your point in wanting to find people who are compassionate about who's going to live there, but I don't think in the end that you will be controlling that. Individual counties and municipalities need to take a stand on preservation of agricultural land by creating agricultural reserves. Cypress County could be a leader and a great example. Pushing this issue to future councils is wrong. Individual landowners with only profits in mind are not good for our county, as it is only a short-term win for a few individuals. County residential areas do not create jobs or economic development. Kapler Farms has had numerous people working there, lots of economic development. I myself, with my gardens, have employed several kids who are now gone on to bigger and better things, hopefully in agriculture. Agriculture is a huge job creator. I did that already. My family farm, I already talked about that. Pushing protection of ag land to future councils is wrong, and you as a council should lead by example and turn down all country residential areas, all country residential applications in agricultural areas. And this is, even though we're so close to the city, this is an agricultural area and should remain that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else opposed and want to speak on the proposed bylaw? I will call for a third and final time for any presentations or anything in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I now will call for any final submissions for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Do any persons who have made presentations feel that they have not had a fair hearing? The public hearing for bylaw 2025-21 is concluded, and no further submissions will be accepted. Okay, we'll move on to bylaw 2025-25. Will administration please proceed with presentation?
Thank you, through the chair. Bylaw 2025 is submitted by Harold Fieldberg to rezone a 4.42 hectare or 10.9 acre area from Agricultural District 1 to Country Residential from Agricultural District 1 to Country Residential District 1 and Country Residential District 2. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicants intend to apply to the subdivision authority for approval to subdivide 2 adjoining country residential parcels from the remainder of the agricultural title, and the existing title is 49.61 acres in size. The land subject of the rezoning is contained within southeast of 7, 12-5 west of 4, and is situated along an established public service road, being Range Road 55. The proposed land use amendment area will gain direct and immediate access from this established public road. The reclassification area currently contains dry land pasture, while the remainder of the agricultural title contains wheel move irrigation and water rights provided through St. Mary's River Irrigation District. In terms of adjacent land uses, the surrounding lands are primarily designated Agricultural District 1, as shown in yellow. However, there are country residential parcels located immediately to the south, north, and to the east. Additionally, an RV storage business exists over 200 meters to the south and is separated from the rezoning area by the railway right-of-way. Additionally, there are non-illuminated greenhouses located to the north, which are in excess of 100 meters. There are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the rezoning area. The parcel is located within the recently amended rural development area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. Again, previously would have been known as the potential growth area under the previous IDP document. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural lands and to limit their fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. Under the implementation section of the plan, it states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. Section 2.12 Rural Development Area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan states that the intent of the area is to provide for continued and expanded agricultural operations, excluding confined feeding operations, and greater flexibility for country residential development opportunities, where they do not conflict with future urban growth areas and home-based businesses. A vast majority of the lands within the west and south areas contain irrigation. The protection and expansion of irrigation in the area enhances agricultural capability and productivity of agricultural parcels and is necessary to support the viability of agriculture in the region and to strengthen the economy. Reduced parcel sizes are encouraged to retain the balance of agriculture and other open space. Parcel areas are recommended at a minimum lot area of 1.5 acres, up to a maximum of 10. The county again may allow for an alternative range of lot sizes based on site-specific considerations. The Rural Development Area Policy directs Council as follows: that the subdivision will not impact or hinder the agricultural use on the balance of the quarter, and that the subdivision parcel has direct or shared easement access to an existing municipal road network. Section 4.1.24 Subdivision Tri-Area IDP of the Municipal Development Plan directs that the county will follow all applicable policies within the IDP related to subdivision for lands in the boundary. Cypress County Policy R17 Endeavor to Assist states that the policy is intended to assist the initial developer in recovering their initial costs from other residents over time based on the road share. After 5 years of the road's completion, there will be no cost recovery for any owners who are part of the Endeavor to Assist. When we circulated the application, St. Mary's River Irrigation District replied that the development is heavily impacted by the Smurd South Medicine Hat Lateral 12 line, which runs throughout the site. This infrastructure must be protected during development and will pose challenges. The owner will be responsible to relocate the pipeline at their cost if they proceed with the development. Again, this will be a technical question that will be addressed at the time of subdivision circulation. Given the limited water capacity in the area, the newly created lots will not be eligible for Smurd water or household purposes. While we acknowledge there may be concerns regarding availability of water, the primary focus is to prioritize agricultural irrigation needs. The landowner currently has 36 permanent irrigation acres on the agricultural parcel. If there is less area available, some of these acres may need to be removed. No comments were received from the City of Medicine Hat or the Town of Redcliffe at the time of writing the report. A letter of opposition was received from Walter Eisenlohr, a copy of which has been provided to council for their review in advance of the hearing. And a letter of opposition was received from Roytel Water Users Association. Again, a copy of the letter was provided to council in advance of the public hearing. Administration recommends that council move second and third readings of bylaw 2025-25. The proposed application for rezoning complies with the implementation section of the plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, section 2.12 Rural Development Area Policies of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. That concludes my presentation through the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Does council have any questions for clarification? Not seeing any? No.
So would that be required for an internal paved service road going into there then? Or would it, like a multi-parcel would have to have, or would it be just gravel access off of Range Road 55?
Through the chair, again, to be addressed at the time of subdivision circulation for formal commentary. That surface of road currently is oiled. It's not gravel, it's an oil surface, but will be addressed. Should council approve the land use amendment, it will be addressed at the time of subdivision.
I guess the question more is it using that existing access, or is it going to be a new access is what I'm wondering.
It is proposed to utilize the existing access and existing internal service road.
Any other questions? Not seeing any? Thank you, Ms. Brown. Does the applicant have a presentation? Please state your name for the record and just push the button there so the light turns red. There you go, you're on.
Danny Fieldberg. So these two subdivisions, we have that entire piece of land. The land that we're applying for subdivisions is land that can't be farmed for agriculture. It's low land, so we're farmers, so we're very conscious not to take land out of our own production. And it looks like a large piece of land, but it lays pretty low. And yes, there is a pipe, a SMERD line that goes over to the subdivision to the south of us there, that we actually we gave them permission to put that line across there to give water into that access a couple of years ago. And we tried to put the split on those two subdivisions so that it didn't impact that pipeline that runs from the side down to the south. But we're flexible, right, to work with them.
Is there any questions from council? Keith?
To the chair, the one parcel is identified as a slough bottom. Is that regularly got water in it, or just how, if you put a subdivision in there, how do you plan on making sure it doesn't sit in the bottom of the slough?
Okay, so speaking to the chair, that when you'll see on the larger square, that is a permanent slough there, and a lot of that's low land. You'll see up on the top left-hand corner, right there, yeah. So there you'll see where the Russian olives are down below, all through there. That area is quite a bit higher than the low bottom. That's why we had to do it the way we did it, because there's really no place to put a house if we don't, right? And the rest of that nice bright green area down below, that's all reed canary grass. And you know what reed canary grass means, right? It means that there's water right underneath. And so it was just done to kind of keep the integrity of that body of water. Because I know that in the past, we've heard concerns from council about splitting a subdivision between one body of water with two subdivisions. It creates issues between, subdivision owners in the future if you've got two people controlling a piece of water. And so we tried, it's not perfect, but we tried to work within what we know is council's objective, is to keep people from fighting in the future, right? Because as we heard in the earlier presentation, once it's subdivided, we can't control what the new owners 20 years or 30 years from now do with it, right? We can pretend we do, but we don't. And so this is something where it's the rest of that, it was 40 some acres, 50 acres, the other parcel. That is all nice level land for agriculture, right? And this other is all, we cut it for hay because you can't do anything with it, right? It's sub-irrigated. So, yeah, it's right in the middle of, existing subdivisions. We do have one, when we purchased the land in the past, where it came with one turnout for potable water from the, from the Roytel. So we have one turnout, which, allows us to deal with water without going into anything existing. So the SMERD turnout is already there.
Okay.
Okay?
Does anybody else have any questions on the subdivision? Okay, thank you very much. I will now call for any presentations from anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. I will call for a second time for anybody in support of the proposed bylaw. I'll call for a third and final time for anybody in support of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for any presentations for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. Please take the stand and state your name, please.
Yes, Walter Eisenlohr. Okay. Yeah, I did the development for the property with the other acreages there. I paid for that road to come in there. And for somebody else to utilize it, I feel like I'm being used on it. And secondly, yeah, I have no problems with him putting a house there. Now, the second house, this is first I heard about a second house, but I know a landowner is allowed to put up a granny house or whatever, but this doesn't sound like that's the case, huh? It sounds like it's going to be a total individual, separate acreages. So, yeah, I just thought there, like for a landowner, I thought they weren't allowed to put two acreages on the same piece of property.
Okay, so that's an MPC question. This is for the subdivision of
Okay.
the land.
And the other thing is, if they're going to give access off that road, what I had understood there, that any new developments there would have to be asphalt. So are they going to pave it up to their property, or?
Again, that'll be an MPC decision.
Okay,
That is-
those are the questions I had.
Yep.
Not that I have a problem with somebody putting a house up on their land,
No problem, but those questions are for the MPC side when it comes to municipal
Okay,
planning. side.
those are just concerns I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming forward. Okay, I'll ask for a second time for any presentations opposed to the proposed bylaw. I'll now call for the third and final time for any of those presentations for the opposed of the proposed bylaw. Oh, we got too many Ps in there. Not seeing anyone? I will now call for any final submissions for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Do any persons who have made presentations feel that they have not had a fair hearing? Not seeing anybody. The public hearing for bylaw 2025-25 is concluded and no further submissions will be accepted. I'll call for a motion to close the public hearing for bylaw 2025-21 and 2025-25. Michelle, Michelle is. Thank you. Vote. Do you need a break? Okay, that's carried. Do you? Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break before we move on to the.
Shut your mic off one time.
Okay, the adoption of the minutes for December 2nd. Blaine's moving those. Any questions or comments on them? Vote. That's carried. Adoption of the minutes for November 25th, 2025 MPC minutes. Gary's moving those. Any questions on them? Vote. That's carried. We are on to 8.1, 2025-21.
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2025-21 is submitted by Midwest Surveys on behalf of Anita Augustine to rezone a 3.64 hectare or 8.99 acre area from Agricultural District 1 to Country Residential 1 to facilitate the subdivision of 3 adjoining country residential lots. The public hearing just concluded. And just to reinforce for council, the purpose of the public hearing and the purpose of the rezoning is to assess the compatibility of the country residential use in comparison to those uses that are around it. So part of the role of the subdivision authority at the time of subdivision consideration will be to look at the site suitability characteristics, in which you'll see much further analysis come through in terms of compliance with the land use bylaw, what uses are permitted and not permitted on those districts. So again, this is only assessing the compatibility of a country residential use in and around that area. So with that being said, there are 3 recommendations that we would like to bring forward for council's consideration. Firstly, that council move second and third readings of bylaw 2025-21. Secondly, that bylaw 2025-21 be defeated at second reading, meaning that the bylaw will not proceed. And third option is, due to some opposition that we heard as part of the public hearing this morning, a third option would be to postpone second and third reading until the next upcoming council meeting.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or any motion to be made? Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move second reading, and then I think I'd have the ability to speak as well, right? So I understand the concerns that have been brought forward, and I want to speak, and my opinion may not be completely popular, but that's okay. I want to share my thoughts anyways. I recognize that we have a desire to protect agricultural area as much as possible. I'm also full well aware of work in development, have for the last 20 years. I don't know if I've developed or worked on a single development that hasn't been developed on agricultural land. And so the reality is what kind of agricultural land are we really wanting to stake our flag on and fight over? And I know during the election, one of the big things that came up, and I mentioned this to Blaine earlier, was the practice of acquiring land, and by land I'm talking sections, quarter sections of land, and then transferring water rights to different municipalities, and you know, more specifically from Medicine Hat out to Lethbridge for other things. And I believe that that's the type of ag land that we really need to be having the fight over. I look at these, and you know, the area has a pile of country residential property on it already. It's not like this is brand new. If the only country residentials that we approve are on the little corners of unusable land, it's going to be, we're just going to have little unicorns sprinkled all throughout. This is within the former IDP version that we loosened up some of these rules so that people that had land had the ability to do some development and build on. I don't see a problem with this from my perspective. I think that this is the appropriate area to do it. We're going to have more conversations just like this when we look to develop our own land. Right here with Dunmore Junction, there's going to be commercial and ag land and residential land on existing dry farmland. So I'm open to hearing other thoughts, but those were mine.
Thank you. Robin's moved second. Does anybody else have any comments? Dustin?
So I look at this a little bit different again, and this may be coming from a little bit of the background I have. But when you take and you sliver off a square block like this, you've now taken a chunk that could have been irrigated with a pivot and brought it down to a point where it can't. So currently, a parcel like this has 23 acres of water rights on it. If you were to actually take and put an irrigation pivot on it, it could use those 23 acres. By taking the side out of it, you bring it down that it only use between 13 and 15 acres. So by laterally making it a non-irritable piece of land, and therefore the water rights having to be sold off. Now, if this was laid out differently, and you actually took and made those properties adjacent with the other residents to Township Road 121, then it's still an irritable piece of land that it can be worked with. So sometimes by design, we actually make something unusable, and for that reason, I would be against this.
Anybody else want to speak? You guys were in stereo there, so. Gary?
Well, Cypress County has one source of income, and that's taxes. We can either raise, if costs are going up, we can either raise our taxes, or we can cut our services, and nobody wants that, or we can increase our tax base. Now, I'm one that is dead against taking productive farmland out of circulation, because it never comes back. However, in order to define whether or not it's productive farmland, your input costs have to be less than what you would receive as an income from it. If it's more, of course, nobody's going to farm that. So I think that's what we should be looking at. Is this productive farmland? If it is not, then the natural use for it is country residential.
Blaine?
Well, I would disagree with that because, I mean, that's in the sight of the beholder of what is actual productive farmland, because there's many uses for that farmland, whether it's growing potatoes or cereal crop or running some goats and sheep on it. I mean, you can't determine exactly what it is, but I agree with Dustin's comments that he made on the fact that I don't like the fragmentation of the way that's cut up. It takes away the ability for irrigation to be on that piece of property. So I'm also opposed to it. And it also is in an area that is heavily farmed if you look to the west, to the south, to the north. So yeah, that's my opinion, that I'm against the subdivision or the classification.
Anybody else have anything to say? No more questions. I'll call for the vote. That's lost. Tie vote. Okay, we'll move on to 2025-25.
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2025/25 is submitted by Harold Fielberg to rezone a 4.42 hectare or 10.9 acre area from Agricultural District 1 for country residential use. The area identified as Parcel A contains 2.3 acres, while the area identified as Parcel B contains 8.6 acres. Parcel is located within the rural development area of the IDP, and the public hearing just concluded. Again, 3 administrative recommendations. Firstly, that council move second and third readings of bylaw 2025-25. Secondly, that bylaw 2025-25 be defeated at second reading. And thirdly, the option to postpone second and third reading until a future meeting.
Dustin?
I'll move second. I have 4, correct?
Yep.
I guess this question would be to Ms. Brown, through the chair. I'm not a big fan of this being 2 separate parcels. If it was brought or proposed to us as one parcel, I would be a whole lot more for it. Is that something done now, or is that something done at MPC?
Through the chair, so this process is entirely for the rezoning of this area, so this inclusive 8-acre area to country residential use. There will be an opportunity at the time that the subdivision is proposed that the subdivision authority could provide feedback at that time in terms of if there is any lot boundary adjustments that need to be made. Site suitability in terms of stormwater management will be addressed at the time of subdivision as well. So I think that would be the appropriate time to bring forward any lot boundary adjustments that need to be considered.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Vote. That's carried. Okay. Oh. Had both of you as one in each ear at the same time. So. Blaine's moving third. Vote. That's carried. 9.1, 2026-01.
Thank you. Bylaw 2026-01 Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Administration is seeking council approval to formally align the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board with Cypress County's updated land use governance framework. Following the recent passage of the Subdivision and Development Authority bylaw and the land use amendment and the repealing of the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw, it's now necessary to update and confirm composition and appointment process for the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board to ensure compliance with the MGA. The MGA requires a clear separation between those who make subdivision and development decisions and those who will hear appeals of those decisions. The proposed bylaw presents two options for council's consideration. Under the first option, all members of council would sit as a subdivision authority, still maintaining a clear separation, making appeals while preserving council's oversight. Alternatively, council may choose to appoint one member of council to serve on the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Under this option, the appointed councillor would not sit as part of the subdivision authority in order to maintain the required separation between decision-making and appeal functions. Both of these options are shown in red text in section 3.3 and 3.4 of the proposed bylaw. Administration is recommending that council pass all three readings of this bylaw to ensure we can go on to the subdivision authority part of our council agenda package later on today. So it will be up to council to choose option 1 or option 2, and then once you've made that decision, we will go on, and the recommendation would be to pass all three readings. Can you scroll down, Trudy, too? Just where it shows it in red.
Nobody else is doing it.
Michelle is moving. Which option? Option 1.
Oh. Oh. Maybe I moved.
So with option 1, that would mean that all of council would sit as a subdivision authority, and all the members on the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board would be members at large, if you chose that. So no council would have to recuse themselves from the subdivision authority.
One, right there.
Michelle has moved option 1. Any questions or comments on it? Robin?
Yeah, as much as I've served on both of these actually at one point or another, I get that we want to have as many councillors on the Municipal Planning Commission portion as possible, but I think that it's of value to have a counselor or two on the subdivision appeal board too. Like, you know, for one, I'm not so dead set on being on the MPC that I would say let's not have any counsel on the subdivision appeal board. Like, we want to have continuity that's there. I can't in good favor, you know, with a clear mindset vote for having counsel as the MPC and then having it, because it sets up an opportunity for, you know, it's, I don't know, I don't see the purpose of it. I would way prefer to see option 2. I can't support option 1.
Mr. Reeve, for clarity, only one member of council is legally allowed to sit on the appeal board.
Ms. Collins?
Just another comment that I didn't put in the report. Just when I did my scan of other municipalities that have council sitting as a subdivision authority, maybe in the past, but I couldn't find one where one councillor recused themselves. It was always all of council when council was a subdivision authority. But of course, that decision is completely up to council.
What did they have for the appeal board then?
Members at large. Correct.
Any other questions on it? I think the best part will be if we can work on getting that regional appeal board set up. So you have different, you have 40 Mile and Medicine Hat and Redcliffe. That would be the best. Yeah. So I hear what you're saying, Robin, but I think, Keith, do you have something?
Yeah, just in a regional appeal board, would you still have counselors on that, or is that?
No, it's all at large.
It's all at large?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you would pull different people from different areas so you don't have them all in. So if we had an appeal here in Cypress County, you would pull people from 40 Mile and you'd still have one from Cypress County, but you would pull different thoughts from different areas into that appeal.
So the goal in that then would be to have a less biased opinion then? So it's more of a general consensus thing?
Yes. Gary, sorry.
Yeah, I think we were elected to get involved, and I think we should work towards staying involved.
Did you have your hand up? No. Any other?
I also would be more inclined with option 2 personally. I don't know, I'd be willing to be the guy to odd one out and step out and be on that limb if I had to be. I just feel it maintains that continuity in between the 2 boards. You know, it's only one councilor to 3 members at large anyways, and at least it brings forward that perspective of why council always made decisions like they do and why we actually have created our policies in the way we do it. I just feel like that continuity gets lost if there isn't that person sitting there. So that's my opinion.
On an appeal like that, would our staff would be there to present our side of what was brought forward, or is that not involved?
Through the chair to all of council, should an appeal come in, the planning department will present basically the same argument that was presented at the subdivision when it was presented to the subdivision authority. However, the clerk will manage the actual appeal the same way that it's managed today. And those that are appealing will speak their case. It's a reminder that appeals really are only to determine whether or not the original decision met the intent of whatever document, whatever decision was being made. For example, if it's appealing a subdivision, all the appeal board really looks at is what are our regulations and what are the provincial regulations for subdivisions, and did we follow them, or did the authority follow them when they created the subdivision? That's really the intent of the appeal board. The intent of the appeal board is not to make its own rules and decide for itself that, well, we don't like this. That's not the point of the appeal. The appeal is, was the process and were our own land use bylaw regulations followed? Did we meet the intent of our own municipal development plan? Did we meet the intent of the IDP? Did we meet the intent of provincial guidelines? That's all the appeal board does. It doesn't make a determination, it doesn't create policy, it just merely rules on whether or not that process was followed accurately, efficiently, and effectively.
Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and this may be the CEO through the chair. With regards to that, though, going back 6 years ago, we had a phase in time where there's a lot of conversation over 1,200 and 1,500-foot shops, as an example, and they were getting turned down at MPC, and then people were appealing them, and they were getting approved through the appeal board. So there was more and more of that was happening, and then we changed some of the rules and made different guidelines within our land use bylaw or municipal development plan. But for clarity, is council the actual development authority or the subdivision authority in this case, or is it that it is made up of council members? Because it's not a council meeting, right? I just want to make sure that we're being clear on this, because just because council makes up the authority or makes up the board doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be all or nothing either. And because, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it may happen within or at the same location as a council meeting, but is it an actual council meeting, or is it the actual municipal planning meeting that's happening and it's made up of members of council? That is a fine detail.
Through the chair to Councillor Kirkboy, that is actually an excellent question. The subdivision authority, I think it's probably wise to move away from the words municipal planning commission, because it's no longer a commission. Council has determined that they are going to act as the subdivision authority. It is a nuanced question in that you sit on the subdivision authority because you're a councillor, but council is not the subdivision authority. We keep talking about the subdivision authority and council because I think it's just easy to explain it that way. But in actual fact, when you are later today, when you are sitting as a subdivision authority, the authority is different than council. Even the authority will act with the same powers that the MPC had. For example, and it's always dangerous or risky for council when they're the authority to walk in and make policy in the authority part of the decision. Because the authority is making a decision based on the application in front of them on current land use planning bylaws, current regulations, current provincial legislations, et cetera, the MDP, for example. But the authority does not have the authority to make policy. That is left to council. So we have actually, when we get to the subdivision authority part of the meeting later today, you'll see that we've actually already scripted for council the role and scope of council as the subdivision development authority. So that will form part of every one of the subdivision authority meetings to remind council that you're acting only in that arena as the interpreter of the regulation and the legislation that's in front of you, not, well, we should do this because we don't really like how this has worked. That would have to come back to council with the direction to administration to rework a bylaw, rework a regulation, rework a piece of legislation. If council doesn't like the direction that's going, that's something that council would have to deal with at a later date in a council meeting. Council's role in the municipal planning commission side or the subdivision authority side is merely to interpret current legislation that council has passed, the province has passed, the federal government has passed, whoever else has passed, and to rule on a subdivision or a development permit application based on that existing legislation. Council, on the other hand, has the opportunity, when they're not sitting as authority, to change that legislation. And at a later date, then the authority would then interpret any application through the new legislation. So you're absolutely correct. There is a nuanced difference between the authority and between council.
It was a good question, just for clarification, right?
Do you mind just as a follow-up on that? So like, just to follow that up then, could it not be a positive thing then to have that one individual on the subdivision appeal board that understands? Because I just see it would be super easy for us as council to be in that authority position and feel as though like the decision that we're making is a decision of council, when really it's a decision of as an authority, right? And therefore, how does the members at large challenge a decision of council when really it is still the decision of an authority that is still subject to challenge?
Through the chair, a wise man sitting beside me said that the authority is bound by the previous decision of council. So when you meet as the authority, you are bound by the legislation you've passed. You can't wander off of that any more than the old Municipal Planning Commission could. You are bound by that legislation. Whether or not you have one councillor or no councillors on, the Municipal Planning Commission in its previous state, I don't believe that any appeals, people felt that they were going against council. They felt they were appealing a decision of the Municipal Planning Commission. It would be the exact same process, and I think the same psychology. They're appealing a decision of the subdivision authority. We called it Municipal Planning Commission because that's popular in the province, but in actual fact, the legislation in MGA talks about the subdivision authority. We can give it to Municipal Planning Commission, we can give it to council. There's a number of, and a variety of ways that that can happen. But I think it's important to understand that when you sit as the authority, you are bound by the legislation you've passed. That is the rule. And then the appeal would be appealing based on somebody disagrees with the interpretation of that legislation and the decision the authority made. In whether or not it's one or none, I think that's a council decision as to how comfortable council feels in leaving that to the public to sit on the appeal, or to have a councillor that would sit to help maybe explain some of the nuances of the legislation on the appeal board. I think they both have validity.
I just wanted to say that even if there was an appeal, you're still going to have administration there guiding what council said, right? So I don't. What the authority has said, yeah. Sorry. The authority said. So to me, it makes really no difference if there's council there. Council is still, their position is still being heard by administration.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for option number 1. Which is,
Option number 1 was for all of council to sit on the subdivision authority.
thank you. Any more questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 2026. Oh, 9 point.
Yeah, we got the 4
Oh,
things.
geez, yeah, I got to do all 3 on that. Sorry.
It's right there if you want to see it.
Oh, need a motion for second reading? Keith? Any questions on it? All that discussion for first. Vote.
Oh, yeah, I guess we shouldn't have talked about it, should we?
Oh, we could, yeah. Now I need a motion for third, to have third. Blaine's making that. Vote. That's carried. Okay, I have a motion for third. Gary? Vote. That's carried. Okay, now I'm on the 9.2. Jesus.
Thank you, through the chair. Before you, we have the 2026 council meeting calendar. Administration is seeking council approval for the meeting calendar. So back in the fall when this was proposed, there was still the Municipal Planning Commission dates were on that calendar. And now it requires revisions to reflect the changes to council's meeting structure and scheduling. So as you go through, we've added, we've taken off the planning commission, added some council committee meeting dates in there if required, put some budgeting meetings in. So this is to allow council and administration to plan for the future. So the recommendation is that council accepts the 2026 council meeting calendar as presented. Is there any questions?
Lloyd's moving it. Is there any questions on it? Blaine?
I'm okay with most of it, but I'm okay with most of it, but in October, for some of us guys at Ranch, that part of the month is awfully busy to have 4 meetings in a row.
Those dates were just put in there tentatively for budget deliberations, but I believe once it gets closer to the time, we can bring back those dates, but that's up for the CAO.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Bros, when would be a better time to schedule budget deliberations?
The first week or the first week in November, or even the last week of September, but that's a terrible time. October is a terrible time, I know, for most of us, because we're bringing cows out of pastures and we're selling calves, and 4 of us are huge busy with that. And I'll speak for our fellow councillor that's on holidays right now, and I'm pretty darn sure he'd say the same thing.
Then I would suggest for today, we strike the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd and bring them back when all of council's here to determine. November is getting too late in case there's amendments that have to be made to the budget. Late September might work. Early October is probably better. So if we were to suggest and tentatively, and we'll strike 21, 22, and 23, but if we had 7, 8, and 9 as council budget deliberations, would that work better? That's 2 weeks earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that would, I think I could work with that better than.
All depends on the year, right?
It depends on the year, but I mean, October is a terrible month. Like I said, preferably, like the 30th, 1st, and the 2nd would be probably better for a lot of people. And that week of the 7th, 8th, and 9th is always a bad weekend because now you're getting close to Thanksgiving and stuff too. So we could talk about it throughout the year, but I was just concerned about it was going to be set in stone.
So through the chair, I would suggest that we strike the 21, 22, and 23 dates and leave it open at this point for further conversation. I'll have to check with the finance department to see what their long-term scheduling looks like, and maybe we can move that up into late September by adjusting some things administratively. But at some point, either the 31st, 1st, and 2nd, or the 7th, 8th, and 9th, or the 14th, 15th, and 16th. At some point, we've got to do budget in there. But I think I would rather have it done with a consensus that most people can make it, as opposed to just picking an arbitrary date. And so we'll look at it. We'll come back to council the next meeting with some alternative dates.
I appreciate the consideration.
Okay, so did we have a motion on this? Yeah, Lloyd moved it. So we have the motion to accept it, striking those 3 days?
As amended.
As amended?
Yeah. There's a.
Yeah, to accept the calendar as amended and to direct administration to bring back budget meeting dates to a future meeting.
Okay, that's your motion, Lloyd? Yes. Okay, vote. It's carried. 9.3.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Members of the council, 9.3 is the 2026 Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference attendance. Council direction is required to identify 3 councillors who will attend the 2026 FCM Annual Conference, a trade show taking place June 4th to the 7th, 2026 in Edmonton, to facilitate registration and timely hotel reservations as accommodation blocks fill quickly. I would add that the blocks are opening up in the beginning of February, and as we don't have a council meeting until the end of the first week of February, we do need to have a discussion who will be booking hotel rooms for. Council policy, and that's under COU 2, provides that members of council should be kept informed of local government issues through attendance at applicable meetings and conventions, including the annual convention of FCM, with attendance limited to a maximum of 3 councillors. The FCM Annual Convention provides opportunities for engagement with federal decision makers, participation in policy discussion, professional development, knowledge sharing, and networking with municipal leaders from across Canada. Costs associated with attendance at the FCM Convention are included in the approved council travel and professional development budget. Expenses will be limited to a maximum of 3 councillors in accordance with policy. Policy COU 2 is the councillor meeting attendance policy. And the reference to the strategic plan is attendance at the FCM Convention supports Cypress County's strategic plan by strengthening council's capacity to advocate on behalf of the municipality, remain informed of emerging federal policy and funding opportunities. Our recommendation is the council selects up to 3 councillors to attend the 2026 Federation of Canadian Municipalities in accordance with policy COU 2 councillor meeting attendance. The options are to proceed with the recommended action or amend the administrative recommendation. Just a couple things. FCM themselves, registration, there is some freedom in terms of when we can cancel registrations. However, the hotel blocks are locked in. It was suggested to me, let's just book 3 hotel rooms and then we'll figure out who's going. The fact is that if only 1 person is selected or 2 people are selected or nobody's selected, then we will be on the hook for those 3 hotel rooms for 4 nights. And hotel rooms in Edmonton with FCM are usually on the higher side. That is, rates tend to go up for FCM. So we'd recommend that whoever is chosen, we can get them into the block when it opens up in early February, and leave the rest for council decision.
Thank you. Anybody putting their name forward to go this year?
I'm interested in going.
No buts. They need to know today whether they're booking it or not.
We don't need to know today, but I do need to know in the next 2 weeks because the blocks are supposed to open up on the 1st of February. I do need council motion today because we don't have another council meeting between now and when the block will open up. And if somebody puts their name in and then doesn't go, well, that's another problem. Yeah, be 10 lashes with a wet noodle.
All right, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, I just wanted to, obviously I would like to put my name forward as well, along with Keith, but I want to encourage anybody that hasn't gone to go. The other thing that came up this fall, as many council know, the FCM has the one rural Alberta seat. That was the board position that I had previously held. When I stepped off of the board, a gentleman by the name of Neil Como from Strathcona County took over that role. In doing that, he was also elected as the chair of the Rural Caucus, which was the position that I had formerly held. During the election, Neil lost his seat. He was not re-elected in Sturgeon. This has created an opening again on the board for that rural position. My hope would be, and it doesn't have to be something that comes from this meeting right now, but my intention would be to come to council within the next few months, or probably in the next month, looking for support to run for that rural board spot again, completely covered by RMA. And if successful in that would also mean that future FCM conventions, we would not be utilizing one of those 3 spots for me if I were on the board again. In the 8 years I've been on council, I've been the only one that's attended this. I know that there was attendance prior to my being elected. I would just strongly encourage those who haven't attended that could possibly make it to go. It is a great, it's a great organization. The conference is similar to RMA. The conference is a conference. You go out, you meet people, there's networking, there's things like that. But the board work that FCM does is fantastic, and we really need strong Western leadership and representation on that board. So those are my thoughts.
Gary?
Robin sold me, I would put my name forward.
Keith, your name's forward now? Yeah. Okay, there's 3 spots. We need a motion for 3 to go. Dustin's making that motion. Any more comments?
Is there any comments on my comments?
No, not at this point. Vote. That's carried. 9.4.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, members of the council. 9.4 is the Southeast Alberta Regional Economic Development Strategy. In December of 2024, consultant Deloitte presented the Southeast Alberta Regional Economic Development Strategy to council, and it was not passed by council in December of 2024. We're recommending that council formally adopts the Southeast Alberta Regional Economic Development Strategy as presented and authorizes Cypress County's participation in the implementation of priority initiatives, including an annual financial contribution to the strategy of $20,000. What has happened in the fairly recent past is I have been appointed onto the steering committee, and Mayor Hamilton now sits on the advocacy committee. We're the only only municipality on those boards that did not actually approve the regional economic development strategy. So we have no financial contribution. However, Mayor Hamilton has a full vote on the advocacy committee, and I've been given full rights on the steering committee to act as one of the leads on the steering committee. So I think it's imperative that we at least discuss the Southeast Alberta strategy. It's the exact same strategy that was presented just a little over a year ago, and then determine from there. If we aren't going to approve the strategy, then I think we have to have a different conversation as to my position on the steering committee and Mayor Hamilton's position on the advocacy committee.
Okay, everybody speak at once. Go ahead, Dustin.
So, if you can believe it or not, I can't remember this. What was the reason that we turned this down? Does anybody recall that?
So the motion to defeat was made by Councillor Vossler, and indicated.
Oh, I don't remember.
And indicated we wanted further information on water and on governance. I don't actually have the motion, but the motion had to do with water and about, and I understand that the discussion, because I wasn't here, but I understand the discussion had to do with the governance side of that. Since the strategy has passed, sometime late spring, early summer, the advocacy committee was formed and the steering committee was formed. But I believe the two questions were water and governance. Thank you.
Yeah, so there, throw that one back in my face. That's perfect. Okay, I'm drawing a blank on remembering that one, which is odd.
Felt
I voted no, and then I don't remember those ones. Not important.
Ms. Collins, could we find the motion from December 3rd of 2024 that was made regarding the advocacy strategy?
I think we were all on board with that one, that we felt left out on it. That's why we weren't going to get involved in it. But now, with Mr. Hogan and myself being involved, it's probably a good thing that we do at least look at it for this year in the short term of it and see where it's going to go to and what's going to take place.
And through the chair to council, I would also just suggest Mayor Hamilton, sitting on the advocacy committee, has been able to redirect the activities, the advocacy committee, to some things that I think make more sense. The advocacy committee was kind of heading in a particular direction that we weren't sure was the right direction, and Mayor Hamilton's work on that committee has focused the committee to regional economic development and away from a few other things that they were beginning to focus on. So I think there is great benefit to having Mayor Hamilton continue to sit on that, and of course on the administrative side, I'm sitting on the steering committee with the economic development of Medicine Hat, the CEO of the town of Redcliffe, the CEO of 40 Mile, CEO of Bow Island, and Mayor of Foremost, and obviously myself.
I remember why now.
Okay, let him say why.
Okay, so I remember this coming up, and that's just when we kind of started breaking out on economic development, really pushing hard on our own, and it was a $10,000 price tag to take and get into it, and we figured we were better off investing that into our own strategy instead of putting it toward a different one. And that was when we just had broke away from Verge as well. So that is the reasoning behind why we didn't go with it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, and I think is kind of part of my question. I think this goes in line with our strategic planning that, you know, we're going to be talking about again that we had earlier. And like Dustin just alluded to, that we kind of have our own, and we weren't sure if we needed to be involved in this. But, you know, now that we've kind of opted out of the Verge program and stuff, there'd be some money available. And that is kind of my next question is, you know, this is a $20,000 tag. Where's the money? Where's that budgeted from?
I would have to defer that to Mr. Taves. We did not budget specifically for this issue in the 2026 budget. This only came up as I was sitting on the steering committee, and they were going through the list of people, when are we receiving your money? And I said, well, we have never actually approved the regional strategy. So I would leave that to Mr. Taves to suggest where that might come from.
Through the chair for clarification, we did budget $20,000 for 2026 coming out of the economic development budget for this year.
Even better?
It's
Okay,
budgeted
since
for.
nobody's made a motion, then I'll move it.
Okay. Michelle's moving to support this for the 20,000. Any final questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 11.1. Oh, turn your mic on. There you go.
My apologies. Good afternoon. I have the Master Rates Bylaw 2026-02 for proposal. Council is being presented with the 2026 Master Rates Schedule. The rates schedule is presented annually and establishes all of the rates for applicable services available, including administrative, agriculture, and public works, and utility services. The general independent rate target is to achieve approximate cost recovery with mini rates calculated based on about a 10% markup. You're going to see all of the changes in the actual master rates document are denoted by strike-throughs, and the new numbers are denoted in red. So in the administrative section, do we have that document to put up? Let's wait till that's there. Yeah, so in the administrative section, very minimal changes, $5 increase to the NSF payments, and tax recovery notifications, just kind of to cover the administrative costs involved with those. We've updated some wording on the FOIP requests with the changes to the Access to Information Act through the provincial government. Assessment, there is no current changes. The development and subdivision sections, there's no financial changes. We just updated some wording, sorry. The second page. Yeah, you'll notice there's some updates for the changes that were made with the municipal planning commissions. We removed those wordings just to be consistent with the changes. Into public works, there is some updates on the private dust control costs, which I believe that's on page 4.
Yeah, and they have it in their package as well.
Okay, the private dust control costs included just a $25 annual increase that was approved in previous years over a 4-year span, and a $15 a year increase for existing multi-lot subdivisions. No changes to culvert costs. The commercial vehicle permit went up about 25 cents, and that was just consistent with the cost from Alberta Transportation. Utilities is where we had quite a few changes. So the City of Medicine Hat determines the rate that they charge us for the water, and that rate went up just under 11 cents. So you'll see the 2026 new rate would be 1.7329 per cube meter. And then the base rate for the actual utility bills, there was a small increase of $1.50 capital went up a little bit, 5% across all 3 tiers for water usage. The water meters, installations, those are all based off of the actual cost from the suppliers, plus a 10% markup for administration costs and the work that way. Moving into recreation, or sorry, utilities, there's a couple more things on there. Sewer, very minor increases just kind of to keep up with the costs of running those services. And then solid waste and garbage collection. We did small increases across all divisions other than Desert Bloom, consistent with the cost of the actual contracts that we've signed with the providers. Recreation, the only very minor change there, we just updated the number of sites to accommodate for the addition of the bathrooms that were added this year. So you'll see 76 sites instead of 77. And it was just the reduction of one non-power site that, to my understanding, wasn't really being used as it was quite small. Into the agriculture section, the biggest change here, we did changed a couple of things up at the top just for consistency, adding some minimum charges and updating deposits. The large item that actually was adjusted was under the service section, where we updated it to be, instead of $70 per hour for 2 people to go out and do the weed hand picking, we changed it to $50 per hour per person. And a big piece with that is just that there's not always 2 people sent out, so it just becomes more consistent to charge per person, with the additional person being the $30 an hour. Same thing with the noxious weed spraying. We just changed it down to 1 person. And then the transportation costs went up 25 cents, which was consistent with the 4-year plan that was made previously. And then in the emergency services section, there is no changes, as all the rates are provided by Alberta Transportation and the Economic Corridor Fee Guide. So administration is recommending that we see all 3 readings of the bylaw. So bylaw 2026-02 being a bylaw of Cypress County to establish fees for information, goods, and services provided by or on behalf of the county be given a unanimous third consent reading. Sorry. That's all.
Okay. Dustin's moving first. Vote. Carried. Blaine's moving second. Any questions? Were you voting, or is that a question? Okay.
The only one I kind of questioned, and I guess it'd be more of a conversation, I just see the transport fee through ag is up to $4 a kilometer. I'm just wondering if we're getting a touch high on mileage for a 1.5 ton truck compared to, you know, when we're looking at $4 a kilometer semi-rate all day long. So it just seems a touch high to me. You know, if you look at something traveling 50 kilometers an hour loaded, that's $200 an hour it's making. Is quite a bit of money in my mind.
Through the mayor, through the chair to Councillor Vossler, one of the comments on the transportation fee, yeah, $4 is a bit of sticker shock, but it is just charged on the one-way trip. So effectively out and back, it is a $2 per kilometer rate if you wanted to kind of split hairs on it that way. I don't recall if General Manager Cartwright knows the unit that's used, or perhaps GM of operations, but I believe it was a 350 or even a 550 required to pull those. So it was the bigger units to pull the seed drills and that type of thing. So it wasn't just your half-ton rate, but yeah.
No, that's not, if that's going one way, that's not out of line for equipment truck. Take some. They only do 30 mile an hour going down the road pulling that stuff, so we're not even breaking even on hourly wages when you figure that out. So. Any other questions?
I can make Yeah, I was talked about at the ASB, and I don't think we haven't had any concerns from anybody. I think the ratepayers were quite happy with somebody bringing it and taking it back. In fact, it took out of their time to go get it and stuff. So there was no concerns or pushback from that cost. So I don't think it should be a problem.
And we do give the option for them to pick it up, do we not?
No.
No?
No.
Oh,
Part of the deal.
that's what it costs then. Any other questions? Vote? Can I get a motion to move to have third? Keith? Vote? Carried. Lloyd's moving third. Vote? Carried. There we go. That one is done. 12.1.
Mr. Reeve, this might take a little bit longer. Lunch will be here in 5 minutes.
You got 5 minutes to get it done then.
That'll be up to Mr. Jacobs.
No, we can break for lunch and come back.
Yeah, it should be here in 5 minutes, so
We got a ways to go for that though, don't we?
Don't matter to me.
Yeah, we'll just break for lunch and we'll come back. 25 after or whatever it is. What time is it? Oh, it's 1:45. Okay, Mr. Jacobs, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair to the rest of council. Before you now is a policy, and at this time we'll review the policy, and we have some recommended changes. So administration is recommending council review the undeveloped road maintenance policy and reevaluate the provision for major maintenance projects and the associated costs. In September 2016, council last reviewed the undeveloped road maintenance policy. In part, the policy allows for major maintenance projects to be completed based on applications received from ratepayers. On average, 5 to 8 applications are received annually and brought to council for approval. The typical financial benefit ranges from $25,000 to $40,000 per location in the for applications, which is entirely funded by the county. In the pursuit of cost recovery, a re-evaluation of this fully subsidized service level is prudent to align with council's strategic plan. I've included the policy in strikes in red. Council options and considerations are as follows. Applicants pay a 50% cost share of the major maintenance project requests to closer align with council's strategic plan, applying a partial cost recovery for the service. Remove the major maintenance category or maintenance projects provision entirely from the policy. This would result in an annual cost savings of $230,000. Limiting maintenance to minor work that requires less than 1 hour would remain. Number 3, applicants fund the full cost of improving the undeveloped road allowances under the major maintenance project category equates to a budgetary cost saving of $230,000. The existing program funding in that category of major maintenance projects allows for $50,000 for graveling ruts, impassable low spots along the undeveloped road allowance at $180,000. Those two equate the $230,000. By removing the requirement to bring all applications each year to council and allowing administration to evaluate and prioritize each application based on policy requirements will streamline the planning process and implementation process. Reference to the strategic plan, a balanced financial strategy. This aligns by moving to a user pay or cost recovery. Access to markets aligns by providing added value to the agricultural industry. We'll go to the next page and I'll go through the policy and recommended changes. So I'll start right at the beginning. Cypress County has many miles of undeveloped road allowances. Many of these are used by residents and landowners to access farm and ranch lands. It is economically unfeasible to develop all of these access roads to a low grade or a high grade standard. The county recognizes the importance of these undeveloped roads in the operation of the agriculture community. To provide a minimum standard of service to its ratepayers for the provision of agricultural access along undeveloped roads, maintenance and improvements will be subject to the following conditions. The road must be the only access to the land. That is, no other developed road touches the quarter section. Minor maintenance upon request will generally be limited to greater work that requires less than 1 hour and coordinated with the regular gravel road maintenance. To do touch-ups for ruts, minor low spots, fill in, build up minor low spots utilizing the material that is within the road allowance, and replace or remedy a failed culvert. Annual and biannual maintenance upon request of existing bladed trails that have been bladed within the last 5 years will be coordinated with the regular gravel road maintenance. These are the proposed changes in point number 4. Major maintenance projects may be completed based on applications received from ratepayers by August 31st of each year. The operation manager will inspect sites to ensure alignment with the policy. prepare cost estimates, and prepare a cost share agreement with the applicant. The applicant will be required to pay 50% of the total estimated costs, with payment due prior to the work being done. If the final cost is less than the estimated cost, the difference will be reimbursed to the applicant for their share. Continuing on to describe the major maintenance projects: graveling of ruts, filling in wagon trails or grass-covered road allowances, maximum project length 2 miles or 3.2 kilometers per year per ratepayer, with a program funding limit of $50,000 per year. B, impassable low spots may include earthwork, ditching, culverts, pit run, gravel, road crush, gravel, etc., with the program funding limit of $180,000 per year. Where a project cost estimate exceeds $45,000 per mile, 1.6 kilometers, consideration may be given to the construction of a low-grade road under the road construction program. Council staff will supervise approved project implementation to ensure build-up spots meet the 8-meter wide standard, and gravel is deposited appropriately. Gravel will typically be delivered through the county's road graveling program when the trucks are in the area. While spot projects and graveling ruts are preferred due to the low cost and annual maintenance, ratepayers may apply to the county to have the road have a new bladed trail created. All requests must be approved by council for this. Industrial companies shall not be eligible for this program. So I'll open it up to any questions at this time on the recommended changes.
Just through the chair to Public Works, just clarification. So if there's a road that's high grade, that say used to go to a yard or something, and it doesn't anymore, that falls under this minor maintenance? Like, it's not even in the grader schedule anymore, but it can be applied for. Now, how does that fit? So that would that applicant have to pay still the 50% and 50% of the graveling? Do you understand where I'm going?
Yes, and let me recap. It maybe once was a developed road or an old road. A new road is over here, and this is just the abandoned road that maybe gets used from time to time. The road is not considered a developed road on our mapping system as designated on our road network, or it's not a bladed trail. A trail is that other color, yellow identification, where it receives 1 or 2 blades a year. So it would be a required upgrade at their cost of 50% for that road if it doesn't fall into any of those 2 categories.
Any other questions?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm okay with this. When I first read it, I was not too sure about it because I think it is a valuable program for the farmers. And especially in my area, when I started talking about this, they all wanted it. But just being today's day and age, I am okay with the 50-50 thing, because the county cannot keep doing these things for nothing.
So you're moving it then?
Sure, I'll move it. Sorry.
Any other questions on it? No? Good job bringing that forward.
Yeah. I have a few additional options for council as listed here that I'd like to touch on. The administration recommendation that council approve policy R9, undeveloped road maintenance policy as presented. That council move the recommended action. That council approve policy R9, undeveloped road allowance as amended, if you chose to amend it. That council take no further action with respect to policy R9, undeveloped road maintenance. That and that the policy remain unchanged. Number 4, that council direct administration to bring back policy R9, undeveloped road maintenance, with further amendments.
I will move number 1, the recommended action.
Okay, any comments? Vote. That's carried. 13.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of the council. 13 is just, as you can see in your package, an invitation to the Women's Shelter Bread and Roses Gala. Some thank you and updates from one in particular from Darren Dreeshen, the Minister of Transportation on Highway 41, and a couple of the student scholarship recipients sent thank you. As well, there's a newsletter and an email regarding the new Hutchison Battery Energy Storage site.
Thank you. We don't need to move those, do we? No. Okay, on to mayor and council report. Just did Cypress View Finance last week. I did nothing really there to talk about. It's all running pretty smooth. Cypress View is full. Like I think there's maybe, 2 beds available, if that. And the apartments are completely full, so it's running very smooth up there now. There's a new CAO that was hired this month. He starts, Thursday. Thank Joe and Kayleen for taking care of that up there for the past 2 or 3 months. They did a fantastic job looking over that. Yesterday, Mr. Hogan and I were in Calgary, had a meeting with Minister Ellis on the RCMP. We're still in the same position that we were in. There's no definite, they couldn't give us any answers on. They liked where we were going, the possibility of looking at somewhere else or doing something else, but they did not answer questions whether we would still be charged more or the difference, if it was cheaper or if we had to do. They did not give us a straight answer. We asked them for sheriff costing. They've told us that there's 2, Coaldale and I forget, Hardisty are going with sheriffs now instead of RCMP. So I said, well, that's good. What's the cost per sheriff? So we can figure out if we're dealing with the city here or not, or wherever we're going. And they had no clue what the cost was. So I don't know what else to say. That's all that we got out of it, other than we are going to do some correspondence with them. That was a positive. We have, there's 3 Justins in the room, but I don't know which Justin. He's a lawyer for him. He's deputy minister. He's going to be doing some correspondence with us to try and find out some of these prices and some of the answers to the questions that we brought forward. But it was good that we got in front of them, but it was kind of didn't really answer anything that we went up for. So we're still sitting in a kind of a position just to hold on for now. That is it for me. I guess oh, you have a question on the? Yeah, we'll start with Keith and come down the line.
Okay, starting in the new year, I had on January 7th, Economic Task Force meeting here at the council's chamber, or here in the building, and talking about regionalization and the importance of it, and just continuing doing what we're doing, reaching out and networking and going from there. In the evening, I attended the Suffield Hall meeting with the county liaison person there, and I felt it was a very, very good meeting. The one takeaway that I had, because I didn't realize they'd had a couple of meetings already with the county person, but just the assurance that the county wasn't abandoning our local organizations, and that they could put a face to a name, and just the reassurance that it brought to them. So that's basically what I have to report.
Thank you. Gary?
January 7th, I was at Hannah for the Palliser Economic Partnership. Very good meeting. A few things were discussed. One was a loan that they are acquiring for infrastructure, underground infrastructure, 1% over 1% loans, I should say. The second was they identified a major shortage of veterinarians in these communities. Coronation actually built a veterinarian hospital complete, and everything is in it, the chutes, hydraulic chutes, everything, ready, looking for a vet, and they can't find one. So it was decided that through the Community Foundation, PEP would do scholarships, and this is of interest to Eagle Butte High School, for grade 12 students that want to pursue veterinarian medicine. They can apply for a scholarship, and it won't be a one-year scholarship. They can reapply every year for the duration of their studies. There's going to be a fundraiser for PEP in Brooks on February the 9th, $125 a ticket, $125 a ticket. Program starts at 5:30, dinner at 6, program at 7. 5:30 to 6 is, is a cocktail hour, and then 6 is dinner. Program at 7. I would encourage Cypress County to send as many people as possible to that, and perhaps sponsor a table. They're going to do a silent auction. I'm helping them with that. And anybody who has anything to donate, I would appreciate it. And that concludes my report.
Obviously, through the holidays, it was busy in its own way with family and kind of getting a chance to get some downtime. But last week, we had our Economic Development Task Force meeting here at the county, which continues to go well. And now our first council meeting today, so it's been pretty quiet for me the last couple of weeks.
Mr. Brost?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. I haven't had much. I haven't had really any phone calls, I guess, due to the weather's been pretty nice, so hasn't been an issue out on the roads. The only other thing I did have is an ASB meeting on the 16th of December. I guess would have been my last meeting, and discussed our strategic business plan and picked our BMO Farm Family of the Year award, and that's all I have too.
Michelle?
You stole my thunder, I got nothing.
Oops.
Not a bunch from me. Been dealing a little bit with, well, I should say a lot of it with this CFIA traceability regulations that have been coming up and with their amendments. What I guess I'd like to make a motion after we get done reports for staff to draft a letter to both the CFIA and the Premier of Alberta talking against these regulations, and I can talk about more of it at that point.
If I could add, we have included in the package a bunch of information that Councillor Vossler was kind enough to provide me with on the weekend. So if you look at that information as well as the standing report of the subcommittee with the federal government on the agricultural regulations. So there is quite a bit of material in your package today. I can't speak to any of it. Number one, it's not my area of expertise, and number two, I haven't had time to review the information, but it is included in your information package today.
Lloyd?
It's been pretty busy out there the last little while. I got to thank Al for helping me out a few times. There, that was nice of you. I attended the Elkwater Community Center meeting last Sunday. They have written letters to Justin Wright and to Peter Swain to attend the February 1st meeting to speak to them about the road and a siren. And they would like the mayor and Al to come too. And I said I would ask you both, pass it on.
I have committed to attend.
I understand Justin is coming. I got a text from one of the board members there that said he is coming and that Peter is coming. So it's just up to you, boss.
No. I'll be committed. Sunday, my only day off. What time is that one?
That'll be 10 o'clock. And I believe they're planning to hold it upstairs because the amount of people they think are going to show up.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on the reports? Not see any. Do we need a motion for the reports? No? All right.
However, Mr. Reeve, if Councillor Vossler wanted to make the motion regarding the letter, have administration bring back some information at the next meeting.
That's what I was just going to bring up. Make your motion. You're going to add on for staff to bring information too.
Yep. Okay, so my motion is for staff to draft a letter to both CFIA and the Premier of Alberta about the proposed CFIA traceability regulation amendments. I can add a little bit to it and then I'll finish it off, I guess. So what this is bringing forward is they're asking, or their changes are for farmers to have to bring more traceability to where they move their cattle, so whether it's to community pastures or wherever, and report it onto some government website within 7 days of it happening, as well as they want any animals that are born or die on property to also be reported within 7 days. So not necessarily just the reporting end of it, but it's also the numbering of it. So anything that they're going to want reporting on, they're going to want to assign a CCIA number to. So for those that are unfamiliar, a CCIA number is put onto an animal when they're tagged. There'll be a specific number that that tag has, and it's a readable tag with a scanner. So by them asking for us to do this, they're wanting us to now take and tag these calves at birth, and I'm not sure about the other guys that know animals in this room, but I need no more reasons to get run over in a crowd than I already have, and this would be one of them. So I guess the proposed changes would add like a regulatory and compliance costs to local producers who are already facing rising input and expenses and place unnecessary strain on family farm and ranches. The changes to this, it's an administrative nightmare for us essentially to have to deal with it. And I think the government always talks about doing red tape reduction and everything, and this is just adding a whole new layer of bureaucracy into something that really doesn't need it. I can get behind the idea of wanting to have some traceability and accountability in case anything actually takes and happens, but with this, it's adding a level of work that it's just going to be overhanded. So anyways, we can talk about it more when staff brings back the letter, but that's the long and the short of it.
Any questions on the motion?
I would just have a comment on that. My take on this is their reason for making us do this doesn't really exist because we already have a good traceability system. And it really, if there's like Justin said, if there's an outbreak, this isn't going to improve the system at all. It's just more red tape.
Any questions on the motion? Vote. That's carried. Okay. We will move to go in camera. For people in the gallery that's showing up for the subdivision part, we'll be back at 2 o'clock for that. We just need to do some in-camera stuff and then we'll reopen. Okay, thank you. Need a motion to move in camera? Gary? Vote?
Love you, but you gotta go. Oh, yeah, sorry.
to 15, subdivision authority. 15 point, oh, what the heck are we at? 2.1? Oh, that part, sorry. 15.
15 total, yeah, we're gonna do 15, we gotta make this.
Go ahead, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. With this being the inaugural subdivision authority of this council, we just thought we would take a minute and remind council and the public the role and scope of council sitting as a subdivision development authority. When council sitting as a subdivision and development authority, its role is distinct from the role as the elected council, and it is governed by provincial legislation, the municipality statutory plans and documents. In this capacity, council is not acting as a political or policy-making body, but as a quasi-judicial decision maker. Decisions must be based strictly on the MGA, the land use bylaw, the MDP, and any other applicable statutory plans. Personal opinion, public popularity, or broader political considerations must not influence decisions when acting as the SDA. As the SDA, council scope of authority is limited to determining whether development permit or the subdivision application complies with the applicable legislation and planning policies. Council must evaluate the technical merits of the application, consider submissions from administration and affected parties, and apply the rules as written. Where discretion is provided within the land use bylaws, such as for discretionary uses or variances, that discretion must be exercised reasonably, consistently, and with clear planning rationale. Conditions may be imposed on approvals, but only where they are authorized, relevant, and necessary to address planning impacts. The role differs significantly from council's authority when it's sitting as a governing body. As council, members may debate and establish policy, consider budgetary priorities, represent constituents' interests, and weigh broader community values and long-term strategic goals. In contrast, when sitting as the SDA, council must apply existing policy, not create or amend it. Decisions must be defensible, evidence-based, and capable of withstanding appeal to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board or to the courts. This distinction is essential to maintaining procedural fairness, transparency, and public confidence in the development process. So, with that, I will turn it back over.
Thank you very much, Ms. Collins. Okay, we'll move on to 15.2, subdivision 24 CY 13.
Thank you through the chair. The first file for consideration is subdivision application 24 CY 13. In this case, this is merely a application to consider a one-year time extension. This is a subdivision which was previously approved by the previous subdivision authority, and therefore in this case, the level of review for the subdivision authority is looking at the request for time extension and deeming the time extension appropriate. So with that being said, I will turn it over to Development Planner Ms. Mack to walk you through the application.
Thank you. And through the chair, this is subdivision application number 24 CY 13, time extension. And the proposal was to request a one-year time extension to facilitate the subdivision of an existing 5.51 hectare parcel into two adjoining country residential titles. The owner is Helmut Doring, and the applicant was Global Remax Surveys, and this is located at the northeast 24-12-7 west of the 4th. The application was intended to subdivide an existing 5.51 hectare or 13.62 acre parcel into two adjoining country residential titles. The established yard currently contains two residences. The purpose of the proposed subdivision is to create two separate titles for each residence and yard to facilitate the sale of the east parcel. The proposed westerly parcel or westerly lot, it's labeled as proposed lot 3, is 2.74 hectares or 6.77 acres, while the proposed easterly lot is 2.76 hectares or 6.82 acres. The remainder of the agricultural title contains an irrigation pivot and is 56.9 hectares or 140.83 acres in size. There are no oil or gas wells within a 100-meter radius of the proposed subdivision. Each yard site has a separate existing access approach, one from Range Road 70 and one from Highway 523. In addition, each yard site contains a residence, its own water and septic field services, as well as multiple accessory buildings. All structures on each parcel comply with the Country Residential District 2 regulations relating to size, as outlined in the Land Use Bylaw 2022-09. All structures, with the exception of 3, meet the minimum setback requirements outlined in the Land Use Bylaw. Cypress County Council had recently approved a land use reclassification to Country Residential District 2 to allow the subdivision to be in compliance with the Municipal Development Plan policies. The subdivision would result in the third and final title to be taken out of the quarter section, and the proposed subdivision is located outside of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan boundary. The subdivision application was approved on February 11th of 2025, subject to the following conditions. The developer is required to make a payment to the county for money in place of municipal reserve for 2.74 hectares at a rate of $7,118.79 per hectare, being 10% of the appraised market value of $71,187.90 per hectare. The payment is to be submitted to the county prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Number 2, the developer is required to provide a 20-meter wide service road right-of-way along the highway frontage and the north boundary of the subdivided parcels. The right-of-way is to be registered by caveat at the time of the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Number 3, the developer is required to provide Cypress County finances with written notification if the intent is to transfer any of the local improvement tax for Westside Water Co-op to the subdivided parcel prior to the registration with Alberta Land Titles. It is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all necessary agreements are executed with the Westside Water Co-op to transfer the water service connection to the newly created parcel. Number 4, subject to the removal of buildings number 13 through 17 as outlined on the attached Schedule A provided by Global Ramac Surveys. The buildings are to be removed prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And number 5, the developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, and/or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. As an update, the applicant has completed condition number 1 and throughout 2025 has been working toward completing condition number 4. As of November 10th of 2025, Mr. Doring has removed 2.5 of the buildings that required removal. He had stated that he had struggled to find help with dismantling and removal of the buildings, and then winter arrived. He is hoping to have the removal completed in the spring or summer of 2026. In reference to legislation regarding today's application is Section 17.7 Subdivision Approval Time Extensions of the Land Use Bylaw, states that Council delegates the power to the Subdivision Authority to extend periods of time related to subdivision approvals as follows. A subdivision approval for a use which remains compatible with adjacent land uses and which continues to conform to the bylaw may be extended in 1-year increments to a maximum of 5 years from the original approval date. A subdivision approval extension may be granted one time without the review of conditions, and there may not be more than 4 additional extensions that are subject to the applicant showing substantial completion of the majority of the conditions. The subdivision authority may grant 3 extensions, but after the 3rd extension, the applicants are subject to any amended policies. A subdivision approval where the use that would result from the subdivision coming into conflict with adjacent land uses or which no longer conforms to the bylaw must not be extended. And a subdivision approval granted 5 years from the date of the extended approvals may not be extended. So that takes us to administration's recommendation, and that is for the Subdivision and Development Authority to approve a 1-year time extension for subdivision application 24CY13. Some alternative recommendations are that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve the administrative recommendation, and number 2, that the Subdivision and Development Authority amends the administrative recommendation. And that is my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Pretty self-explanatory. Does somebody want to make a motion on it? Keith? Motion is to extend for 1 year. Any questions? Vote. That's carried. Okay, we'll move on to 25 CY15.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So subdivision application 25CY15. The proposal is to subdivide a 2.04 hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section to create a separate title. This is an agricultural subdivision. The owner of the property is David and Lise Erfel, and the applicant is Benchmark Geomatics. This is located at Southeast 911-7 west of the 4th. This application is intended to subdivide a 2.04 hectare or 5.05 acre parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section for the purposes of creating a separate title. The remainder of the agricultural title contains irrigated cropland and is 63.8 hectares or 157.7 acres in size. The proposed parcel is located along Range Road 73, approximately 750 meters north of Highway 3. There are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed parcel. The proposed subdivision is located on a dry corner and contains grain bins and a Quonset. In 2025, development permit 2508 was issued for the construction of a residence. As part of the development application, a new access approach was approved from Range Road 73. A second approach is located at the south end of the property, which gives access to the remnant agricultural title from Range Road 73. The subdivision will result in the first title to be taken out of the quarter section, and the proposed subdivision is located outside of the tri-area intermunicipal development plan boundary. In reference to legislation, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural land and to limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. Under the implementation section of the plan, Section 5, Efficient Use of Land, it states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land that is taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. In Section 663 of the Municipal Government Act, it states that a subdivision authority may not require the owner of a parcel of land that is subject of a proposed subdivision to provide reserve if one lot is to be created from a quarter section of land. Part 311, Road Access of the Subdivision Regulations of the Municipal Government Act, states that every proposed subdivision must provide direct access to a road or lawful means of access satisfactory to the subdivision authority to each lot that is created. Part 318, Distance from a highway, states that a subdivision authority shall not, in a municipality other than a city, approve an application for subdivision if the land is within 1.6 kilometers of the center line of a highway right-of-way, unless the land is contained within an area structure plan and the proposed use of land is permitted under that plan. Section 20, waiver, states that the requirements of Section 18 may be varied by a subdivision authority with written approval of the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors. Section 4.1.24, subdivision farmstead of the Municipal Development Plan, states that the county may support the subdivision of an existing farmstead or single vacant parcel if the following conditions are met. The location of the farmstead or single vacant parcel is in accordance with Figure 5, example of appropriate locations for agricultural subdivision as shown below. The agricultural parcel remains the balance of the quarter section. The subdivision will not impact or hinder the agricultural use on the balance of the quarter section. The subdivision parcel size for an existing farmstead is based on the area incorporating the farm dwelling and the accessory buildings and structures, unless there are physical or topographic features that define a more practical larger parcel. The subdivision of the existing farmstead or single vacant parcel retain the same agricultural land use district as the remnant, and both the existing farmstead or single vacant parcel and the remnant agricultural parcel have direct or shared easement access to the existing municipal road network or provincial highway. And lastly, utility easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remainder of the agricultural title. So when we circulated this application, Cypress County Finances replied that there is a West Side Water Co-op license associated with the property. Therefore, if the property is subdivided, the county will require notification as to which property the license is to remain with. No comments were received from Cypress County Public Works at the time of writing this report. Fortis Alberta replied that they have reviewed the plan and determined no easement is required. TELUS, Equus, and Apex all replied that they have no concerns or no objections to the proposed subdivision. TC Energy expressed no concerns with the project as proposed. As a reminder, any work within 30 meters of the pipeline requires written consent, as well as to verify the 7-meter setback requirement. No comments were received from Westside Water Co-op at the time of writing the report. St. Mary's River Irrigation District replied that if the subdivision is to be approved, the district requires that the following conditions be met. The first is if the proposed subdivided lot wishes to use water from the district for the yard site, a household purposes agreement must be signed by the district prior to any water use. If SMERD is able to offer service to the yard, all works, easements, etc., involved to provide water to the proposed subdivision will be at the landowner's expense. In order for SMERD to execute the consent to register a subdivision, any outstanding balances owed by the applicant will need to be paid in full. And finally, Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors replied the requirements of Section 18 and 19 are met, therefore no variance is required. The department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system pursuant to Policy 7 of the Provincial Land Use Policies and Section 618.4 of the Municipal Government Act. In addition, Transportation and Economic Corridors is undertaking a functional planning study for Highway 3 twinning east of Highway 885 to Medicine Hat. The remnant lands could be impacted by the planning study, and the applicant is encouraged to review the study. So that it takes us to administration's recommendation, and that is that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve subdivision application 25CY15, subject to the following conditions. The developer is required to provide Cypress County Finances with written notification if the intent is to transfer the local improvement tax for Westside Water Co-op to the subdivided parcel prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. It is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all necessary agreements are executed with the Westside Water Co-op. The second is, it is the developer's responsibility to enter into any necessary agreements with St. Mary's River Irrigation District. The developer will be required to provide written evidence to Cypress County that the requirements of SMERD have been satisfied prior to the subdivision's registration. And lastly, the developer is required to supply any copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Alternatively, we recommend that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve the administration recommendation, and number 2, that the Subdivision and Development Authority amends the administrative recommendation. And that is my report.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mack. Is there does the SDA have any questions for Ms. Mack? Everything's clear? Okay. Does the applicant have anything to add or need to bring anything forward?
No, I don't. I didn't realize that I had to submit to the Westside Water Co-op if it was the same thing, but that's not a problem. I can talk to Westside Water Co-op.
Okay. Yeah, we need you to come up and just state your name and speak into the mic so that we can. Sorry about that. There's a button there. You can turn the mic on.
I just didn't
State your name
realize.
and then,
Oh, my name?
You turned it off.
oh. Just push the button again. As soon as it turns red, there you
There
go.
you go, just leave it alone now.
My name is Lee Surfel. The only thing I didn't realize is that I had to contact Westside Water Co-op for any changes, because it's the same owner.
It'll be just to which property it's going to go to
Oh, I see.
when the subdivision takes, if the subdivision takes place, then you have to,
And they would go there as well, right? That's it.
that's it. Okay, thank you. Dustin's moving for subdivision. Where's my, do you want to read what you're moving, Dustin? Subdivision development approval of 25 CY15 with the conditions.
Yep, I move subdivision development, that the Subdivision Development Authority approve subdivision application 25 CY 15, subject to the conditions listed below. Yes.
A, B, and C.
A, B, and C.
Okay, any questions on it? Vote. Keith? There you go. Oh.
He's voted 3 times, I swear.
You're in favor? All right. All right, your subdivision has been approved, subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting arrangements to have the approved subdivision areas surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to meet all the approved conditions and to have the survey plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor for registration on the separate title. If you have any further questions, you can contact the planners to discuss the questions after today's meeting. All right, we will move on to 25Y16. I apologize, I should ask that. Are they online or? Okay, do we have Monroe Surveys is here for Darcy and Jackie? Okay, can we go to 25Y17? Yeah, we'll skip over until people come on.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you had indicated, subdivision application number 25CY17. The proposal is to subdivide a 6.08 hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section to create a separate title. This is a farmstead subdivision, and the owner of the property is Darcy and J.C. Fox, and the applicant is Monroe Surveys Limited. This is located at Southeast 2610-6 west of the 4th. The application is intended to subdivide a 6.08 hectare or 15-acre parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section for the purposes of creating a separate title. The remainder of the agricultural title contains dry land pasture and is 63.9 hectares or 158 acres in size. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of the subdivision is for future estate planning purposes. There is an abandoned gas well adjacent to the proposed parcel within the boundaries of the road allowance, which is Range Road 61. The property is located along Robinson Cooley Road, approximately 60 meters west of the Black and White Trail. The proposed parcel contains an established yard site with a residence, garage, a water well, and a dugout, which gains direct access to Robinson Cooley Road from an existing access approach. There is no access approach to the remnant agricultural title. The subdivision will result in the first title to be taken out of the quarter section, and the proposed subdivision is located outside of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan boundary. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural land and to limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. Under the implementation section of the plan, Section 5, Efficient Use of Land, it states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land that is taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. Section 663 of the Municipal Government Act states that a subdivision authority may not require the owner of a parcel of land that is subject of a proposed subdivision to provide reserve if one lot is to be created from a quarter section of land. Part 311, Road Access of the Subdivision Regulations of the Municipal Government Act states that every proposed subdivision must provide direct access to a road or lawful means of access satisfactory to the subdivision authority to each lot that is created. Section 15(1)A, setback requirements from an abandoned well, states that an application for subdivisions shall not be approved if it would result in the building site or building being located within the minimum setback requirements in respect of an abandoned well as set out in the AER Directive 79. AER Directive 79 states that surface structures on top of an abandoned well are not permitted, and a minimum 5-meter setback radius around the well must be maintained. However, a larger setback is encouraged. Section 4.1.24, Subdivision Farmstead of the Municipal Development Plan states that the county may support the subdivision of an existing farmstead or single vacant parcel if the following conditions are met. The location of the farmstead or single vacant parcel is in accordance with Figure 5, example of appropriate locations for agricultural subdivision as shown below. The agricultural parcel remains the balance of the quarter section. The subdivision will not impact or hinder the agricultural use on the balance of the quarter section. The subdivision parcel size for an existing farmstead is based on the area incorporating the farm dwelling and the accessory buildings and structures, unless there are physical or topographic features which define a more practical, larger parcel. The subdivision of the existing farmstead or single vacant parcel retain the same agricultural land use district as the remnant, and both the existing farmstead or single vacant parcel and the remnant agricultural parcel have direct or shared easement access to the existing municipal road network or provincial highway. And utility easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remnant agricultural title. So of course we circulated the application and received comments back. Cypress County Finances replied that there is a local improvement for dust control. Finance has no objection, however, it will be required that we designate the dust control patch to the proposed subdivision parcel to align with the dust control policy. Cypress County Public Works replied that there is no access approach to the remainder of the quarter section. Therefore, the owner will be required to apply for a new road approach. Fortis Alberta replied that they have reviewed the plan and determined no easement is required. TELUS replied they have no concerns. Equus replied that they have no concerns as the property is outside of their service area. And 40 Mile Gas Co-op replied that they currently provide natural gas to the residents within the proposed subdivision. 40 Mile Gas Co-op has no objection to the subdivision application. They have spoke with the applicant to advise that once the subdivision has been approved, no secondary infrastructure may cross property boundaries to ensure compliance with the Gas Distribution Act and 40 Mile Gas Co-op operational policy. Administration's recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve subdivision application 25CY17 subject to the following conditions. The first one is the developer is required to enter into a municipal services agreement with the county for the construction of an access approach from either Range Road 61 or Robinson Cooley Road to the remnant parcel. The The municipal services agreement is to be executed and registered in conjunction with the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And the second one is that, and it's our standard subdivision condition, the developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. We have two alternative recommendations. One is that the Subdivision Development Authority approve the administrative recommendation, and the second is that the Subdivision and Development Authority amends the administrative recommendation. And that is my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Want?
Well, saddens me, but I'll pick number one, that the Subdivision Development Authority approve the administrator's recommendation.
To the present.
Through the chair, we may want to inquire with the applicant first if they have any additional feedback to add before we pass a motion.
Yep. The applicant want to come forward?
Darcy Fox. I have no questions or anything.
They're pretty good at presenting here. So. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, I'll ask for the vote then. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Something to read for you too. So, your subdivision has been approved, subject to meeting the conditions that were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You're advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting arrangements to get this approved, surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to meet all the approved conditions and to have the survey plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor and registered on the title. If you have any further questions, you may contact the planner to discuss after today. Thank you. Tongue twister. I wonder Wade used to get all twisted up with that. You can ask that once she presents. 25 CY 16. Nobody's here for it? Okay, we'll move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Subdivision application 25 CY 16. The proposal is to subdivide a 3-hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section to create a separate title. This is a farmstead subdivision, and the owners Brett and Jennifer Pudwell, and they're also the applicant. This is located at Northwest 913-3 west of the 4th. This application is intended to subdivide a 3-hectare or 7.4 acre parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section for the purposes of creating a separate title. The remainder of the agricultural title contains cultivated cropland and is 64.3 hectares or 159 acres in size. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of the subdivision is for future estate planning purposes, and there are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed parcel. The property is located along Township Road 132, approximately 7.8 kilometers east of Highway 41. The proposed parcel contains an established yard site with a residence, shop, barn, bins, and corrals, which gain direct access to Township Road 132 from an existing access approach. There is no access approach to the remnant agricultural title. The subdivision will result in the first title to be taken out of the quarter section, and the proposed subdivision is located outside of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. When referencing legislation, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural land and to limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. Under the implementation section of the plan, section 5, efficient use of land, it states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land that is taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. Section 663 of the Municipal Government Act states that a subdivision authority may not require the owner of a parcel of land that is subject of a proposed subdivision to provide reserve if one lot is to be created from a quarter section of land. Part 311, Road Access of the Subdivision Regulations of the Municipal Government Act states that every proposed subdivision must provide direct access to a road or lawful means of access satisfactory to the subdivision authority to each lot that is created. Section 4.1.24, Subdivision Farmstead of the Municipal Development Plan states that the county may support the subdivision of an existing farmstead or single vacant parcel if the following conditions are met. The location of the farmstead or single vacant parcel is in accordance with Figure 5, example of appropriate locations for agricultural subdivision as shown below. The agricultural parcel remains the balance of the quarter section. The subdivision will not impact or hinder the agricultural use on the balance of the quarter section. The subdivision parcel size for an existing farmstead is based on the area incorporating the farm dwelling and the accessory buildings and structures, unless there are physical or topographic features which define a more practical larger parcel. The subdivision of the existing farmstead or the single vacant parcel retain the same agricultural land use district as the remnant, and both the existing farmstead or single vacant parcel and the remnant agricultural parcel have direct or shared easement access to the existing municipal road network or provincial highway. Utility easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remainder of the agricultural title. So of course we circulated the application, and Cypress County Finances replied that there are no local improvements associated with the property and they have no objection with the proposed subdivision. Cypress County Public Works replied that there is no access approach to the remainder of the quarter section, therefore the owner will be required to apply for a new road approach. Fortis Alberta replied that they have reviewed the plan and determined no easement is required. TELUS replied that they have no concerns. Equus replied that they have no concerns as the property is outside of their service area. And 40 Mile Gas Co-op replied that they have no objection to the proposed subdivision. They are currently supplying natural gas service to the residents with the proposed parcel area, or within the proposed parcel area. 40 Mile Gas Co-op has no objection to the subdivision application. They have spoke with the applicant to advise that if a natural gas service is required outside of the proposed parcel, a new primary gas service will need to be installed, as no secondary infrastructure is permitted to cross property boundaries to ensure compliance with the Gas Distribution Act and 40 Mile Gas Co-op operational policy. So administration's recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve subdivision application 25 CY 16, subject to 2 conditions. The first is that the developer is required to enter into a municipal services agreement with the county for the construction of an access approach from Township Road 132 to the remnant parcel. The municipal services agreement is to be executed and registered in conjunction with the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And the second one, and our standard subdivision condition, is that the developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Alternatively, the Subdivision and Development Authority is recommended to approve administration's recommendation, and the second alternative is that the Subdivision and Development Authority amends the administrative recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. We have the, hold on one second. Applicants online, can you hear us fine? Did you have anything to add to your application?
Nope, I don't think so. That covered everything.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Blaine?
Yeah, I'm just a simple question, I think, just on the diagram, why it wouldn't go all the way over to the property line.
I'm not sure if Mr. Pudwell would like to chime in.
Absolutely. So we chatted with the gentleman that was helping us with the subdivision application. And when we asked him that question, he said that it does go right up to the property line. We're just grabbing the email right now from him.
Okay, that doesn't look like it on the.
Through the chair, there was an adjustment made to the property boundary, but it didn't continue right to that east property line. And my understanding is they were trying to keep the acreage down as much as possible, but
To keep the size down?
I wouldn't create that much more.
What was the size of this one?
It's like 7 acres.
7 acres. Do we have a limit on our?
15.
So what's the land going to be used for, that sliver of land? I follow what you're talking about.
It just all ties in.
Yeah, nothing. That sliver of land absolutely doesn't need to be there. So we were just looking at this. So, yeah, so we have a Google Earth image that he shared with us in a email where the red property line is going right along the edge of basically our corrals. And he said that kind of was in line with the property line. So is that not the case?
It doesn't look like it in our overhead. It's out by quite a bit.
Yeah, like I have no problem with the subdivision. I would just assume that it would probably be better entailed if it would go right to the property line. And then there,
Agreed entirely.
yeah,
You can just make that motion as amended.
yeah.
Yeah, and through the chair, sorry, Brett, administratively too, we always encourage for property owners to try to square off their property lines. Otherwise, it leaves kind of this awkward no man's space in between, which isn't useful really for anybody. So if there is an opportunity, that we would recommend then that the subdivision be considered as amended, extending that easterly property boundary to the east quarter section line.
Yeah, I make that. Yeah, I'll make that motion that we, okay, I gotta go up there and read the actual wording for this. Approve the subdivision with the amended property line. Is that how we like it, or what?
With A and B with it.
With
Conditions A and B.
Yeah, with conditions A, and I'm just trying to get to it here.
And now adding C as amending the property line to the
Yep.
quarter line.
Yep. Okay, I make the motion that the Subdivision Development Authority approve subdivision application 25CY16, subject to the following conditions: A, B, and C, amendment to the property line.
And further through the chair, the reassurance here will be that prior to endorsement of the subdivision with Alberta Land Titles, we'll reassure that the property boundary has been extended by the surveyor before it gets registered. So we'll ensure that that is followed through on.
Perfect. Okay, any questions on the motion? Vote? Okay, that's carried. So your subdivision has been approved, subject to meeting the conditions that were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting arrangements to have the approved subdivided area surveyed, if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to meet all the approved conditions and to have the survey plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor for registration of the separate title. If you have any further questions, you may contact a planner to discuss them after today's meeting.
Awesome.
Hey, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay, that's it for that. All right, so we need to go back in camera. You made it back for 5 minutes worth anyhow.
I hope that's, I figured out why my computer doesn't.